Good morning and welcome to Guangzhou for the IGF World Judo Masters Championships 2018. I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle and I'm delighted to say in the next couple of days we'll be having the opportunity to watch 235 athletes battling away for the prestigious title of the World Master Champion 2018. Well, today we'll be following weight categories for the women under 48s, 52s, 57s and 63s. And for the men, we'll be watching the under 60s, 66 kilos and under 73s. Now let's just have a look at those seedings. We've got the top 17 in every weight category. And obviously if one or two athletes pull out because of either injury or unable to attend, then we drop down in the world ranking. So in the under 48 kilos, we have 16 athletes participating. And we have Mukbat is the number 1 seed from Mongolia, number 2 Pareto of Argentina, and Dolgova of Russia in 3rd, and 4th position, Nikolic of Serbia. Now, for me, outside the opportunities of a place that's going to really upset possibly the top 8 seeds would be Krasniki from Kosovo. Now, Krasniki is the under 23 European champion and has already had an outstanding performance here throughout the year in the Grand Slams and Grand Prix, and someone that will really be pushing for a place on that podium. And going down into the under 52 kilo category, we have Bouchard representing France in that number 1 seed. We have Kutsutina of Russia in number 2, Sonado of Japan in 3rd position, and Pereira of Brazil in the 4th position. But again, we have a couple of outsiders, and like when we say there's 15 athletes in the under 52s and 15 in the top world, well, there's never going to be an easy match. And we have Astrid Neto, 2 times world bronze medalist, junior world bronze medalist, and recently took a medal in Hague. So again, is a great contender for a medal on the podium. And we're going down to 57s, Yoshida of Japan in number 1, Dorshien of Mongolia in the 2nd position, Jakova of Kosovo in the 3rd, Smythe Davis of Great Britain in 4th position. And we also have a battle going on, which is going to be very exciting weight category. And there's some very tough opposition here. But in Canada, you have Deguchi, who's at number 6 in the world ranking, and 7 just behind her, Klim Kate from Canada as well. Now, Klim Kate won a gold medal in Osaka and most probably just edges her way in front of Deguchi, although Deguchi took a bronze medal in the World Championships. But these 2 young ladies have battled away throughout the year, wanting for that prestigious place in the Olympic Games in 2020. But then we go into 63. It's Abegnion in France, Tershignac of Slovenia in 2nd, Nebekura of Japan in 3rd, and Tashiro of Japan also in 4th position. But you cannot write off the Slovenian number 2, which is Andrea Leske of Slovenia, a very impressive young lady who took medals in Dusseldorf, Abu Dhabi and Agadir this year, and has had an impressive year and is looking on form for taking also a medal. Heading on to the men's weight categories, the under 60 kilos, we have 17 athletes that are participating. This is a very strong weight category and there's going to be some interesting matches coming up. Papanashvili of Georgia is the number 1 seed coming into this tournament. Meshvidabadze of Russia is number 2, Gagrigos of Spain in the 3rd position, and Dashtava of Mongolia in the 4th position. But we also have Uzberov of Uzbekistan, the Olympic bronze medalist and the Asian Games champion, and Smetov of Kazakhstan, who was also world champion in 2015 and won a gold medal in Hoyhot this year, who will be contending for a place on that podium. So that's one to watch. And then we have Magalishvili of Georgia in the number 1 position in the under 16, Flicker of Israel, Shamalov of Israel in 3rd position, and Maroyama of Japan in 4th position. But we have Puliev of Russia, who's 3 times world medalist, who'll also be a contender. And finally we have in the 73s Hashimoto of Japan, Shavidashvili of Georgia, and Anne number 3 position, South Korea, and Masias of Sweden also in 4th. And Karapetiarian, who will also be competing, is a very strong contender who's European champion this year. So we're just going on to Tatami number 2, where we have Shamalov of Russia representing in the white gi, and Akhadov of Uzbekistan representing in the blue gi. Well, like I said, 252 athletes are participating here over 2 days, and we have 53 countries represented, 24 in the top seeds in most of the weight categories. One of the biggest contending weight categories is the under 57s and the plus 100s, where it's got the top 16 athletes participating. And later on, joining me will be Mr. Neil Adams. Look forward to him joining us a little bit later on. Now, no surprise here that this match has started off in a very cautious way, both gripping up very, very strong, the good strong gripping styles, but neither one of them really wanting to make that little bit extra maneuver forward and advance into engaging in a throw. They're using their feet to try and break up their opponent's balance and really secure a good grip. Oh, beautifully done there. Shamalov with the Ashiwazas just took the feet from under his opponent, who looks pretty shocked with the outcome of that. Didn't really see that one coming, but for Shamalov, it's a great start of the day for this Russian, who goes through to the next round of the under 66 kilo category. Now we come to the under 52 kilo category. Zhang from China in the white, Perez Box of Spain in blue. 15 athletes participating in this weight category. Pereira of Brazil pulled out yesterday. I'm not quite sure what the reason was, and also we lost the young lady from America, Delgado, who was also down for competing here at this tournament. So only 15, but 15 very strong ladies. And here we have the opening here. Zhang taking the initiative there with the Ouchigari, stumbling her opponent to the rear. Didn't get the finish she was hoping for. But looking very strong out there, as you can see now. Perez Box looking to transition in the Niwaza, gets that turnover. As you can see, the hand getting caught up into the back of the belt, getting a little bit more leverage on it, squeezing around the waist. As you can see, what a lovely turnover there, made that so effortless. As she secures the Osakomi. This young lady from China really is struggling, and Perez Box continues to secure that Osakomi. Well, she started off a little bit shaky at the beginning when her opponent came in with the Ouchigari, but settled in very nicely when transitioning into the Niwaza and taking the ippon and a win through to the next round. Now, because Pereira of Brazil pulled out, it means that Perez Box will have a bye in the next round that will take us swiftly into the quarter-final stages. So she'll give her time to compose herself and look at the opposition that will be coming up very shortly. So now coming up, Hashimoto in the under 73s, the #1 seed coming into this competition, world silver medalist in Hoihot, took a silver and also was gold medalist in 2017 and in 2016 in the World Masters. Definitely firmly tipped to win the tournament here this weekend. But he is up against some very tough opponents, and not to mention one that we already have mentioned is Karapetyan. The Armenian European champion, very strong opponent. Very tough first contest for both these athletes. Hashimoto just taking his time here, really trying to settle in on a more controlling grip, not really getting his own way at this particular moment. Karapetyan controlling, as you can see, the sleeves down, but a little bit of a maneuver there and a glimpse of what we will be expecting for Hashimoto. Hashimoto bearing down on his opponent now, as you can see, controlling the right sleeve of his opponent. He's got the right hand on the lapel there. It's now finds himself without a grip, and that's always a dangerous situation to be in when you have very little or no control whatsoever on your opponent's actions. Karapetyan really misjudged that movement there. It looked as if he was going in for the Koichigak, lost the foot in the engagement and dropped to the ground, and that's cost him a Judo now. Pressure starting to take its toll on the Armenian. Well, still both athletes looking a little bit apprehensive against engaging with one another. Has been really battling to try and control and secure the grip. Hashimoto ruffling up the judogi of his opponent and accidentally gave a knock to the face. Looks like the eye at this moment, so he's the referee just allowing that little bit of time to compose himself. Karapetyan, as you can see, trying to come round the back, a little bit lively on his feet there as he engaged. Comes in with the left hand on the lapel, which is swiftly taken away by Hashimoto. Hashimoto coming in for a very low Taetoshi there. Tsuyotoshi entry, nicely executed. Just didn't get the finishing touch to it, but one of the more threatening attacks from both these athletes. Oh, just there on the Oso Tagari. But just on the mate, so well, now into golden score, and as you can see, 2 Shidos to 1 at this particular moment. Hashimoto once more trying to ruffle up the lapel just to get a reaction out of his opponent. Doesn't seem to be working as well as he was hoping for. So takes his time to warm himself up in a competition. Karapetian making this not an easy first match for the number 1 seed. Both once again trying to control with the grips. Neither one of them getting the full advantage that they were hoping for. Hashimoto again ruffling up on that lapel, trying to get an opening, looking for the space to come underneath his opponent. We saw the Tai Toshi earlier on, which was very close to scoring. 1 minute and 50 seconds in golden score now. Almost 6 minutes these athletes have been battling away in the first match of the opening of this competition. Oh, beautiful a technique there, scoring a Wazari, and finally got the entry that he wanted. Beautiful hip throw there, and a Wazari scored that takes him through to the second round. And second round being the quarter-final. Well, here we have Margelidon of Canada in the white, Butbol of Israel in blue, and Awuzari already on the board now, halfway through this contest. At the under 73 kilo category, this is Pool A, and the winner of this match will go on to meet the number 1 seed, Hashimoto, which we just saw in the previous match. Now, Hashimoto not looking as sharply as we would expect, being the number 1 seed and the phenomenal player that he is. So maybe both these athletes have watched that previous match and thought there's a real opportunity here for them if they get through the second round. Butbol's struggling a little bit. As you can see, goes down from the attempt of Asodi as the arm was drawn across. The reaction for Butbol is to go down into the Niwaza, and now finds himself on the receiving end of the attempt of a shimiwaza, and it is on. So there you have it. Margelidon there goes through to meet Hashimoto. Sadly for Butbol, a slight error, poor judgment as he followed down into the Niwaza, leaving his head and neck exposed for the shimiwaza. So Margelidon of Canada goes through to the quarterfinals of the under 73 kilo category. And coming up very shortly now will be Tommy Macias of Sweden, who was a bronze medalist in the IJF World Masters last year. And he'll be up against Qing of China in the blue. So this is coming into Pool B, the top half of the draw. 16 athletes participating. Tommy Macias in the white gi there, controlling quite nicely, was a bronze medalist just recently, last week in Osaka, in the Grand Slam. Great performance from him there. And along with bronze medal in the Continental Championships earlier on of the year, has had a great form throughout this World Tour, picking up several medals. And one of those that we had a delight to interview him was in Cancun, where he picked the gold medal up. So this is someone that's just getting stronger and more confident as we see him in the World Tour. Getting caught up there with an awkward grip that he looked very unhappy with. Decides to drop down into the Niwaza position to avoid any exchange there in the Tachiwaza, but now works away as it's very clever down in the Niwaza. He needs to tie up the top half of his opponent. Doesn't seem to manage that well enough. And now starting all over again, crosses the legs. It's his opponent between the legs now as he tries to work his way around there. Qing defending quite nicely. Never really looked in any trouble at all in the Niwaza. Macias there with a cross grip, comes round the back, draws onto the back there, as you can see. Well, it's a real battle. Well, you're not really going to see too much open judo at this moment. This is a crucial stage. Losing at this stage for either one of these athletes would be an early exit out of the competition. Tatami Macias coming out. The Ouchigari beautifully executed and scoring Ippon there to take him through to the next round. So now coming up shortly, we're still staying with the under 73 kilo category, representing Mongolia, Gambata in the white, and representing Kazakhstan, Smagalov in the blue. Gambata white, Smagalov blue, and this is the first round, the under 73s. In Pool B. The winner of this match will go on to meet Macias of Sweden, who just won his previous first match with a beautiful Ouchigari. Looking very sharp indeed. So as both these try to secure the more controlling grip, Gambata looking as if he has that control right now. As you can see, the left hand controlling that right shoulder, but just takes a little bit too long to accelerate into the next stage and use it with and both picking up a Shido for lack of engagement. Gripping is one thing, but you're having to show that you're going to use that grip in following up with an attack, and sadly neither one of the athletes managed to do so. Again, Gambata, you can see with that left hand controlling the right side, with Uchimata coming in. Looks very strong and looks like he's ready to set it up. Smaglov really reacting rather than taking the control. As you can see, Gambetta pressing the situation and showing that Uchimata, which is quite threatening for the Kazakhstan. Gambetta now following through into the Newaza transition. Sixteen athletes participating in this weight category. Smagulov this time comes in with Uchimata, again tries overstretching himself with what looked to be the Osoda. If it turned, most probably the Oguruma. But at this moment, just a flurry of Ashiwaza techniques, and Gambetta just defending his positioning there, but picks up a Shido for that defense. And now we have two Shidos apiece, so either one of them, the beautiful Taitoshi there from Smagulov, very low indeed as he come across, stumbling his opponent forward, but if either one of them make a mistake now, forfeit the place in the quarterfinals and would be out of the tournament. Sumigeshi beautifully executed as he follows down through into the Newaza. Gambetta trying to complete the action there as he works his opponent on towards the chest and flicks him over with the feet, looking very strong indeed. And then now trying to draw him back down into the ground as he opens up looking for the arm lock. Still under pressure there. Smagulov trying desperately to get out of what looks to be a very uncomfortable positioning for him as he looks up at the referee to give him the sort of indication that very little is on offer. Well, as we expect both of these athletes, it was going to be tough. There's neither one of them giving too much away. But Gambetta with that Wazari lead takes the win and a place in the next round. And he'll be up against Macias, Sweden, in that next round. So now we're coming across to the ladies under 48 kilo category. 16 athletes in this weight division. And we're starting off with the number 1 seed, Mokbat of Mongolia in the white. Yanan of China in the blue. Mokbat took a silver medal just recently in Osaka, and in the World Championships, 5th place. World Masters last year was a bronze medalist in this competition, but an impressive build up towards this event with some great performances throughout the year. Amongst those performances was a bronze medal in Paris. And Mokbat takes the lead now with a Wazari. Well, really putting the pressure on Mukbat, working her way down in that Niwaza, looking to try and create an opportunity for herself. She comes under the shoulder and around the waist there as she draws on that shoulder, pulling the arm back, possibly looking for the arm lock. Judo Tatami, she's taken her time. And draws back on the arm. As you can see there. Well, she really ideally could get the leg over the top, and she does now. And there you have it. She secures the Judo Tatami, scoring Ippon, the submission from her opponent, and she places then into the second round. And staying now with the 48s, we have the next match, and the winner of this one will meet the number 1 seed, Mukbat.
The next contest on Tatami 2, first round for the women under 48 years. In white judo, representing Ukraine.
This match will be between the Ukraine Cherenak in white and Figueroa of Spain in blue. Cherenak this year took first place in the Hague Grand Prix, along with a bronze medal in Paris Grand Slam, and a very impressive performance throughout the year, looking very strong. Julia Figueroa really struggling a little bit with that right high collar grip as it draws down on her shoulder. But comes in with a Sutemi Waza attempt there. Nicely executed, scoring a Wazari. Quite a successful technique for her. Seen quite a few times. The last performance we've seen from Julia Figueroa was in Cancun, where she took a bronze medal there. It was a great event for her. Slightly shorter than her opponent here, but working it to her benefit. She comes under the balance of Cherenak with that low Tayatoshi. Well, 2.5 minutes remaining with one Wazari for Spain on the board, so she takes a comfortable lead at this moment. Cherenak now has to really chase this contest. Sometimes when chasing it leaves yourself a little bit vulnerable, open for the countering, but those long legs are always a danger. And Kosota beautifully executed there from Figueroa, who then follows through into the Niwaza. Not really going to execute much down there, but still the clock ticks away quite nicely as she engages in the ground. Cheniak attempting a Sutemi Waza, attacking on that leg, drawing down into the Niwaza. Kosota again. Figueroa maintaining control in this contest. Staying engaged, pulling the 1 or 2 attacks in just to keep referee from accumulating any Shidos on her side. As we know, it's still a long way to go. She comes around the back, which is a little bit dangerous that time, especially when we know that Cherniak has a wonderful Uchimata if she's got an opportunity to engage with it. Cherniak comes again, that long arm reaches over the top, doesn't connect. Figueroa taking the sleeves, and again the Kosota comes through, down into the Niwaza transition, working for the Shimiwaza. Nice turnover. Working there. Really could do with coming up onto her knees, but Cherniak controlling those legs well. Just under half a minute remaining. A good position for Figueroa as the clock ticks away to her advantage. Well, that's a very convincing wheel. She fought very well there, Figueroa, looking quite sharp today, and we'll be interested to see how she performs a little bit later on, where she'll be up against the number 1 seed, Mokbat of Mongolia. So now we're coming up to Pool B in the under 48 kilos, and this is between Nikolic of Serbia in the white and Costa of Portugal in blue. Well, Costa, for me, she's like a little pocket rocket. She gives 110% out there. Great energy she displays in her contests, but she's up against a strong opponent with Nikolic. Come into this competition as the number 4 seed. Extreme gripping style from Nikolic. Costa now was trying to dig in there, and he was a very little on offer. Strong defences. Costa 5th place in the World Championships this year, and also picked up a gold medal in Antalya and a 2nd place in Cancun. Always one that's battles away for a place, in one of her best performances was at that World Championships in Baku. Very impressive young lady. Really was on form that day, and definitely an athlete that you cannot write off in this strong competition lineup. Getting her head pulled down here against Nikolic, which is not a good sign, and looks quite defensive at that particular moment. She picks up a Shido already. She doesn't want to start collecting the Shidos as the pressure, and it changes the dynamics of how to work. And there's the second one, which there really is putting the pressure on herself.
Second round.
Nikolic was looking for an opportunity in the ground, but the defenses of Costa, very, very strong, compact athlete, comes in with the Cianagi there. A little bit open, but good strong attack from the Portuguese athlete. She's got a minute and a half. There's still no score, but there is 2 Shidos. So for Costa, she cannot afford to make any silly errors now. Oh, and she walks over onto that. Cianagi has got to be upon there. And yes, it is. It's an ippon scored for Nikolic and takes her into the next round. Well, for Costa, sadly, it's an early exit out of this competition, but it's been a long but very impressive year for this Portuguese athlete. Now Nikolic will be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly. This is Kondo of Japan in the white, Minska of Israel in the blue. Kondo, a bronze medal in Osaka just recently. Very impressive performance there from her. Here you have some of the highlights of that previous match. So she'll be coming into this competition quite confident, this young lady from Japan. Well, Minska, as you can see now, just getting caught up there in the Niwaza. Kondo controlling very nicely, a transition through there into the ground. Superb. And still working her way there. Nice control in the upper part of the body. She gets that leg out and secures the Osakomi. Well, Minska does it extremely well to get out of that and then follows through, looking for the Osakomi. But there was Aris on the board, so that's a comfortable lead for Kondo. But Minska doing extremely well to find herself now in a positive positioning in the Niwaza. Needs to get that leg out, and it doesn't look like it's coming out very soon. Well, it was really all over and done with there for Kondo. Really almost put her down on the next round, but Minska showing the feistiness and determination this young lady has and is displayed throughout the year. Battles her way through this contest, once again finding herself on a bit of a receiving end in that transition work, as Kondo comes again once more on top. This time the referee feels that to get past those legs was going to be a tall order. Kondo also took a gold medal in Hoi Hot and was world bronze medalist back in 2017. She was also, back in 2016, the World Masters champion, and swiftly takes herself through to the next round of this World Masters. Now we go back across to the under 66 kilo category for men. Margvelashvili of Georgia in the white, Solis of Cuba in the blue. Magvelashvili, the #1 seed coming into this competition. In The Hague was gold medalist and world champion back in 2000, world bronze medalist back in 2013, but also last year was a bronze medal in the World Masters. These consistent athletes that is always on the podium or close to it. Very consistent performer. Solis, an athlete that's got beautiful judo when able to execute, which makes him very, very dangerous. Pan American champion this year, Solis has been for the past couple of years, and also in Lima Pan American Open was also the gold medalist. So continental, he's a very strong athlete and dominates and has done for quite some time now. Solis getting backed up into the edge of the contest area. Really nowhere to go from there, and will pick up a Shido for that. Really put himself in that awkward situation and is paid with the penalty. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in this contest. One Shido just tears them apart. Magvelashvili, the #1 seed coming into this competition, still to show the flair that we come to expect in this level of tournaments. Tatami was her attempt, nicely executed. And before saying anything, yep, it's gone back onto the right score there and onto the Georgians' side. So nicely timed, the Tatami Sumigeshi. Scorner was Ari, and we're coming up to the last 45 seconds of this contest. Really, it's going to be very difficult for Solis to come back now from this lead. Again, once more finds himself on the edge of the contest area. And the Georgian will pick up a Shido for defensive action. Kosota, beautifully executed there. Solis managed to land to the front, but now finds himself under pressure in the Niwaza. Magvelashvili just knows the time, 2 seconds. Not going to really risk anything at this stage, and takes himself through to the second round. Seventeen athletes participating. Both athletes had a bye in the first round. Zhumakhanov there in the whites now, representing Kazakhstan. Shamalov representing Russia. Beautiful start there for the Kazakhstan with the Sianagi scoring a Wazari in the opening seconds. But there you have Shamalov following through into an Osakomi. Lost opportunity there for him. Shamalov Ochigari, nicely done. Brings it back level pegging here with a Wazari apiece now. Oh, this is a very interesting and open, also quite exciting match now from both these athletes. Two strong opponents, a very tough second round match. Shamalov we saw in the earlier round, defeating the Uzbekistan Hakadov. Attempting a Sasai there. Shamalov just left himself a little bit exposed. Zhumakhanov looking quite defensive now after that first opening exchange was really explosive. Definitely took his opponent by surprise. Zhumakhanov then looking to exchange in the Niwaza, but you can see holding on to that sleeve quite tightly there. Shamalov giving very little. Halfway mark, a Judo apiece for both these athletes. Two very strong exchanges there. The Ochigari and the Sianagi we saw in the opening seconds from Zhumakhanov. Well, just into the last minute now of this contest. Both show so much strengths there, but for me, Shamalov looks the stronger and has been engaging a little bit tighter here, controlling the pace of this contest just that little bit more. Has that sort of element of threat. And Sutemi Wazira, the Tomanagi, just didn't manage to control the latter stage of that exchange. Makanov there, as you can see, with the left hand high on the collar, trying to draw on the head there, working on the left side. Draws his opponent down into the ground, and now we have the golden score. Again, what's quite interesting, a Wazario piece, it's not changed from the early minute of this contest. No Shidos on the board, so it's been a very open, engaging contest. Shamalov looking the stronger of the two. Had a couple of very strong attacks that almost scored. Shamalov looking for the Sasai attempt there, trying to break up his opponent's balance, drawing the head forward, now follows through into the Niwaza. As we know it, first exchange here of a score could be the deciding factor. Well, just coming up to that first minute of golden score. So Makanov there coming in for that Sianagi. Tried to exchange there, finds himself once more now on the receiving end of the Niwaza, where Shamalov looks quite comfortable there. So there you have, right at the end, after all the pressurizing from Shamalov. Makanov of Kazakhstan takes the win. 1 minute and a half of golden score and a place in the third round. And he'll be up against number 1 seed, Mogilashvili from Georgia. Maruyama here now from Japan in white, Veru of Moldova in the blue.
Republic of China, Wu Guangzhou. Second round for men under 66 kilos, Tatami. In white jubilee for Mongolia, Guangzhou. In blue jubilee for Brazil, Charles Ivana. Second round for women under 52 kilos, Tatami 3. In white jubilee for Russia, Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games bronze medalist and current European champion Natalia Guzina. In blue for France, Astrid Guido. All score, Tatami 1. Tatami 2, second round for women under 52 years. In white, Judo representing France, double world bronze medalist Untitled Chapter. In Judo for Guangzhou. Tatami 3, second round for women under 52 years. In white, Judo for Japan. The Asian and Japan, Sumoda Asumi. In blue Judo for women, Chelsea girls. The world's ceremonies, Nicolas Silvestri, Switzerland, Evelyn Shaw. In blue for Portugal, Joanna. And then second round for women under 50 years. In white, Judo for Israel, Beauty Coin. In blue for Hungary, Reka. Tatami 2, all is score. Tatami 3, all is score. Tatami 3, second round for the women under 16 sweet years. In white, Judo representing Slovenia, Rio de Janeiro Olympic champion, in blue for Great Britain, Lucy Rachel. Tatami 1, open score. In blue for Israel, Bettina Tenenborg. Second round for women under 57 meters, Tatami 1. In white jewelry representing Mongolia, representing Olympic Games silver medalist in 2017 World Champion, Sunya. And in blue jewelry representing Hungary, Karagash. Second round for women under 63 years. In white jewelry representing Germany, Martina Farigos. In blue jewelry representing People's Republic of China, Ma Ji. Second round for women under 63 years. In white jewelry for France, the Olympic silver medalist and 3-time world champion, Tatami. In blue jewelry for Great Britain, Alice Schwarzenegger. Second round for women under 63 years, Tatami 3. Tatami won second round for women under 57 years. In one representing Korea, is Tatami. In blue for the Tatami from Korea. Tatami second round for women under 62 years. In one for Australia, Carolina Hager. In blue for Mongolia, Guangzhou. Second round for the women under 63 kilos, Tatami, in white judo for Japan. The whole silver medalist takes 3 times master winner, in blue for Poland. Last year, the bronze medalist, Tatami. Second round for women under 63 kilos, Tatami, in white for the Netherlands, the world bronze medalist, in blue for Canada, we start quarterfinals, men under 73 kilos. In white judo representing Japan, 2017 world champion Hashimoto Soji. In blue judo for Canada, number 9 at the world judo ranking, Arthur Masvidal. Tatami 3, quarterfinal, event number 73 years. In white jewelry representing Georgia, London Olympic Games champion and Rio Olympic bronze medalist, Russia Shabatovishvili. In blue for Azerbaijan, the Olympic and world silver medalist, Ruslan Borjov. Second round for the winner of 57 years. In white for Canada, in blue for Japan, Tatami. Tatami 2, goal score. Tatami 3, goal score. The next quarterfinal for the under 73 kilos, Tatami 2, in Untitled Judo for Sweden, the World Masters bronze medalist Tatami in blue for Mongolia, world number 5, Guangzhou. Tatami 3, winner in blue for Azerbaijan, Ruslan goes to the semi-final. London Olympic Games champion Rasha Shalmatoshvili goes to the finish. The next quarterfinal in the 73 kilos, Tatami 3, in white for Mongolia, the world champion Untitled in blue for Kosovo, the winner of Paris last night this year, Untitled Chapter.
Just off the plane. That's it. We're in. Well, it sounds like we're definitely on. So how's it going?
It's going really well.
Is it?
Judo's been absolutely amazing, but we've already had one big upset here. Hashimoto has just gone out against the Canadian.
Is yours Hashimoto went out? Is that right? Keep that on. Keep the one that you just put on. No, it's this one. This is a streaming. Well, it's yeah, a big welcome and a big hello to everybody out there, because I literally have just climbed off the aeroplane, which is a 14-hour journey. So kind of glad to be on terra firma. and glad to be through customs as well. But as Loretta just said, the judo has been absolutely magnificent, as you would expect. All the top fighters here battling it out. Here we've got the quarter-final in the under 73 kilograms category. Tommy Macias here against Gambatar, and it's an absolute belter. One Wazari apiece, and well, one Shido apiece as well. So everything to fight for. Tommy Macias has had amazing form, he really has, and he can. Ooh, now then, now I'm not quite sure about that. I think the referees might just have a little look at that just to see if they went down together, because I think that maybe they went down together. Well, Macias lost that particular fight there. Seemed to me as if he committed there, but the score went against him. So Macias doesn't go through to the semi-final. Quarter-final here in the under 48 kilograms category. Monkbat here against Figaro of Spain. Monkbat just off the back of a really big win in the under 48 kilograms category. Just have to excuse us just a little bit there. We're just having a we were just having a crossover. Loretta just having a well-deserved break, and so I'm going to be with you. And tonight, with the final block, all the medal matches, we've got 2 feeds because it is the World Masters, and so we have 2 feeds. And so I'll be doing the bronze, one of the bronzes, and the final, and Loretta will be covering the other bronze medal match on the other feed. So both of us will be working tonight in the final block, and that will happen 5 o'clock local time here in Guangzhou. And Monkbat straight away there into the attack in Newaza, and the referee will allow it to carry on. Well, a little bit quick there, I thought, with the Mate, because she certainly scores an awful lot there, doesn't she, Monkbat? We're just concentrating on mat 2 at the moment. That's where you've got the voice, and that's where you have the commentary. Don't forget that you have got mat number 1 and mat number 3 as well that you can go to if you so wish, but you haven't got the commentary if you do that. Big score there, a massive Ippon on mat number 3. We just heard go up. Jakova got thrown by An Changrim of Korea. So all happening here, and my goodness me, now anything could happen here. Figaro here taking it to Monkbat of Mongolia, and it's normally the other way round. She's hanging on for life here, Monkbat. Don't forget, this is a quarter-final match. So top 16 in most of the weight categories, just a couple of the weight categories where we haven't got a full quota. And one of the weight categories where we have 17 in there. It's because China can put a representative in to each of the weight categories, because the World Masters is on home ground. So Monkbat just a little bit, just has a little look at the scoreboard there, and little bit of a scare in Newaza there from Figaro. Figaro taking the fight to Monkbat. She'll have to be careful in this kind of situation because this is right in the center now as well. So this is exactly where she likes to be. Monkbat on the attack here, looking for the Sangaku and looking for the Jujigatami as well. Massive ippons and almost gets the Jujigatami there, Monkbat. 2 matches in the under 48 kilograms, 2 quarter-final matches, and then we've got Agvalashvili of Georgia in the under 66 kilos category on the 3rd match in the under 48 on mat number 2. Now has she got the arm, because that arm was very, very close there. It was almost out straight, just manages to stop it. And wow, some good newaza and some great newaza exchanges. I did a seminar a few days ago, newaza one, and a lot of the referees at local level in the UK were asking about the newaza situation, and I said, well, there's a lot more time now allowed as long as it's progressive, and we're seeing some great newaza exchanges, and we've got to get it filtered down to the lower levels as well, that's for sure. So into golden score, some tight matches as you would expect. World Masters, it's the top elite fighters battling it out, last contest of the year, and then they can all go and just have a little blowout at Christmas time, although I do suspect that some of them will be training right the way through. Looking for the Jujigatami here, and I've got to say Figaro fighting out of her skin. So another mate. And there was a situation looked to me as if it was building. Well, not quite as sharp as we have seen in Monkbat. A couple of weeks ago she looked very, very sharp, but you can't keep coming out to these top events and performing at the very best all the time. And you've got to train at certain times, so sometimes you have to train through certain events. But the World Masters certainly an event that most people want to win. Most of these top fighters, that is. Looking for the Sangaku all the time here. I think it might be at something from standing. Then first Shido up there to Figaro.
The next quarterfinal, under 60 kilos, Tatami 1. In white for Russia.
Figueroa has to do something and will have to start attacking. Chimata this time. Well, never be a better time for Figueroa to go through to the semi-final of a World Masters, that's for sure, because she's well into this match and it's very, very even. Doesn't quite know how to break through the defense there. Now then, that was close. Monkbat tries the Sumigaeshi and doesn't quite get the rotation. Not enough control. Ad infinitum, the amount of time allowed in golden score, as we know, just depending on how hard they work. Only one Shido in this, so Figaro, she knows that she's got to do something. She can't afford another one. Now, I don't know what she's appealing at there, but Figueroa, a little look at the top table there, but it's no good when the fighters stand in the middle there and start refereeing the match. It doesn't do them any favours. Sianagi there from Monkbat.
Tatami 3, winner individually for Slovenia, Russia.
Really being made to fight hard. Both these fighters, that's got to be a Shido. That has to be. She just dropped straight onto her back there. So I suspect that Monkbat will get a Shido for the Sumigaeshi. So there she does. She gets it. One Shido apiece. Can't afford those. You've got to break balance. Any kind of sacrifice thrown, you've got to break balance. Now again, attacking with the Sangaku. Just not got quite the conviction there. Looks to me as if just a little bit tired. Hasn't got the snap to the techniques that she normally has. And you can see there, they're just a little bit weary. Both these fighters, just that little bit weary. Anybody's match, this. Is it going to go to Shido's? They're both attacking. Tries the Yoko Toshi. A lot of Yoko Tatami waza, techniques that go off to the side. They say that Kataguruma is dead. It isn't. Just a different form of it now. And now, again, attacking in newaza, and I think that if anything's going to come here, it'll be from either the Jujigatami or from the Sangaku. She'll have to get that leg out, though. That arm is almost out. Figueroa just holding off. Now just manages to turn in. Another great newaza exchange there, but it takes a lot of energy when you attack like that. It really does. Great sportsmanship as well. It's a hard fight, they know it. Great battle. Well, we've done 5 minutes of golden score now. Oh, that's it. That's going to be it, is it? Yes, it is. Wazari scored there by Monkbat. And that Yoko Tatami eventually scored. She landed on her elbow first of all, and I can hear quite a few of you saying that, well, it just landed on the elbow, so it shouldn't be a score. And it wasn't, of course, but then the second stab at it took her onto her back. And as long as it's continuous, then the score can be given. So nobody questions that. Monkbat goes through to the semi-final, but she will be tired after that because that contest lasted over 9 minutes. Wow. So the second quarter-final that we're going to see on this mat, Nikolic, Serbia here against Kondo of Japan. Every match an absolute cracker because we've got some really incredible matchups. Every single match that I'm looking at here. You have to be careful of that though, because she was almost attacking against the arm there, Kondo. Very lively fighter, Kondo, never stops. Former world champion. Each one of them, though, they've had just that edge taken off them. New world champion, of course, at under 48 kilograms. Strong fight for the grips, as you would expect, and a lot of sleeve gripping, but they've got to be that little bit careful now with the sleeve gripping at the edge of the sleeves, and they've got to make sure that they attack if they have a dominant grip. They can't just push the sleeves down and hold the sleeves down. They've got to either get some kind of action reaction in order to throw their opponent. Oh, Tominagi, and a good wazari, straight into the newaza and straight onto the arm as well. Nice turn there. Kondo really onto that arm there, trying to get the pressure against their head. Well ahead here, and Nikolic has really got to do something here. She'll need a big score, that's for sure. So again, dominating the sleeve. Left Seoinage off the sleeve. Now trying that double lapel turn. We see the Japanese fighters do it so often. So many scores from that. Just started off. Normally one leg trapped as they come out of it, and then they just take the leg out. 99.9% of the time I would say that they get that leg out. Well rehearsed. There was a move. And that's, oh, now then, did she land on her side? Not quite. Don't look at the bottom half, of course. Look at the top half. It's the side of the top. If that hits. Don't forget that the ladies can be a little bit more supple than the guys. Sometimes the bottom half can be completely flipped over. But it's the top half landing that you've got to look at. Still fighting for the second wazari though, Kondo. 45 seconds to go. Nikolic taking the fight to her. This to get through to the semis. Here's the double lapel. Can she get that little bit of leverage? Oh, that's going to be a Shido. Just dropped onto her hands and knees there. A bit of grip fight in there that took the wrist the wrong way. She's going to get away with it. She does. Nikolic comes forwards. Desperation now. Ochigari. And Kondo just needs to hold off. Just manages to stop that one. Nikolic really taking the fight to Ami Kondo, and it's just 3 seconds left on the clock and it's all over. She'll be through to the semi-final. Kondo. Well, there really are some amazing matchups. Map 1, 2 and 3. We're just on map number 2, and so all of the commentary will come from map number 2 in this preliminary stage of the tournament. And the next one up, we've got the under 66 kilos category, and we've got Margvelashvili of Georgia up against Zamakanov of Kazakhstan. Under 66 kilograms, we've got 2 quarter-final matches. Mariama Gambold is next. Margvelashvili has been absolutely incredible the last few tournaments that we've seen him. Such massive hip-on throws. But anything can happen here in this World Masters. You can really compare this tournament to the... Oh, look at that. It's all over. Oh, my goodness me. There's me talking Margvelashvili up, and Zamakanov of Kazakhstan has just thrown him with the biggest Kosoto. Wow. And I said that anything can happen. That's about the only good thing I said. Wow. Terrific stuff. So Zamakanov goes through to the semi-final there, and the Georgians not having a very good day of it, really. There's the Kosoto, and we see it, don't we, so often from the Georgians and also from the Kazakhs and the Mongolians. And they climb on top of it, make sure that they have good control of the upper part of the body. Boom, all over. Such a quick attack, and he's really on the points of his shoulders there. He even does a little break fall there. Says it's all over. Mariama against Gambold. Mariama in white. We'll be looking for that Uchimata. Beautiful Uchimata, Mariama. Just absolutely like lightning with it. Oh, there it is again. Such confidence. He's growing in confidence as well, Mariama. Well, we see him setting up the Uchimata from so many different angles. And of course, Gambold, when he's out there, as soon as he grips up, he can feel the danger, especially right against left. Mariama left-handed, and Gambold is right-handed. And of course, big danger, fully committing yourself in for an Uchimata, you can come unstuck if you're not careful, and that's why you'll find Mariama just have a little dig into the inside of the leg first. It was Gambold that caused an upset with Abe just a few tournaments ago with that exact Kosoto that we just saw there. So Mariama will be aware of that. Undefeated Abe was. Wow, some brilliant matches. Really good to see that this level of judo right the way through. Every weight category, just spilling out these matchups. Well, I still think that once he gets the angle right there, Mariama, he's going to score with that Uchimata. There's the Uchimata again. Brilliant entry. And I was just about to say, needs something over that other side, the other flank. Just battling away all the time, just looking for the line. Always the line. Complete action-reaction there. Gambold almost on his backside there, just trying to defend that Uchimata. Mariama looking good. Still no score on the board other than one Shido apiece. Fighting a good match actually, Gambold, considering the danger. Dominating the sleeve now. He wants that sleeve completely dominated because he doesn't want Mariyama to have both hands on. Wow. So again, Gambold just managing to move away from the Uchimata. He's got to keep moving all the time. One score would just change everything here. Looking up into the stands and the Mongolians just shouting for Gambold there. That might just be a score. I thought that was very, very low, but possibility of a score there, I thought, for Gambold. Well, he doesn't get it. It was very low. It was very low, and there is a little bit of discussion on how low you can take your partner from. That's Uchimata! Oh, beautiful. He gets the line at last, and he was searching for that all the way through the contest. He really was searching for it. He knew he had to be careful because Gambold was ready for the counter all the time. But in the end, he gets such beautiful line for it and manages to snake the leg in, and look at the lift he gets in a second. We'll have a look at it back in slow motion. Just to look at this line there, beautiful line there, and he just controls it all the way through. He had two hands on, and the lift he gets was absolutely fantastic. That support leg right the way between the legs. Brilliant stuff. And don't forget, that was a quarter final. He's now through to the semi-final in the under 66 kilos category. Classical Uchimata. Under 52 kilograms, we've got Bouchard, France against Gilly Cohen of Israel. Just came away with a silver medal in the Japan Grand Slam. Bouchard was on good form as well. She's really had a great run through. One of the toughest tournaments in the world other than Olympic Games and World Championships. And that's going to be a score. Wazari scored. And she scored with that all the way through the tournament as well. Beautifully taken. She gets drive. I mean, she comes in and then just carries on driving off the back leg. Cohen will not stop coming forwards though. She daren't actually. Tries the same thing again there, Bouchard. Let's change it. A long way to go as well. She's still got 3 minutes left. 1 minute 10 seconds gone. One of the problems when you get an early score, in there, and you've got a long way to go, and you can't go into defensive mode. You've got to carry on attacking. Cross grip there for Cohen, so she gets a Shido on the board. Well, like I said, you can't just go into defensive mode. 2 minutes still to go, so it's only halfway through the contest. Cohen's coming forward all the time, and that will... Oh, that's going to be the other Wazari. So 2 Wazaris there to Bouchard. Bouchard goes through to the semi-final, and she made that look quite easy. She had to come forward, didn't she? Gilly Cohen there of Israel had to give it a go. She'll be fighting in the final repechage match, because if you lose in the quarterfinal stages, you get another chance in the repechage. If you lose before the quarterfinals, that's it, finished. Ana Perez Box of Spain in the 52 kilos category. Quarterfinal match, the second one, and she's going to be up against Charlene Van Snick of Belgium. Really hitting good form, Van Snick. Remember, she was Olympic medalist in the under 48 kilograms category. Came up, just found it that little bit more difficult, I think, just to get the balance right. And there, Sumagaishi straight off the bat there against Perez. And she's got some good newaza as well, Van Snick. Scores from here. She's trying for the Sangaku. It's an extreme right to left here, isn't it? Van Snick absolutely extreme right, and you can see that Perez there extreme left. And she has right-handed. She does a right-handed Uchimata. Van Snick, and she also then just changes completely to the other flank with the Sumagaishi. No score on the board at the moment. Seems to me that Van Snick is the one that's just taking the initiative. Tries the Sodi. And again tries the Sodi. We're going to get a Shido penalty in a minute to Perez for not attacking. A little bit tentative. I think a lot. Look at that. Sodisura Kamigoshi, Osoda Gary turns it into Osoto. What a combination that is. I was going to say a lot at stake in this World Masters, and it's the last tournament as well. Now she might just be in a situation where she can score. She needs to get the top part tipping over, and then she'll turn it into the hold down. Is she going to go? That Sangaku is on, the legs are crossed over, and that's tight. You can see it's tight there, and Perez really can feel it. She's trying to go one way and then the other, and I think that she's going to probably... Well, I thought she was getting close there because Perez was flat on her face, and she was definitely going red in the face as well. So now she gets Shido, got to attack. That was close. Almost took her backwards there. Perez of Spain now looking for the Newaza situation. Can she turn it? Van Snick just holding on, trying to keep that leg as tight as she possibly can. Takes a lot of energy out of you when you are defending or attacking, actually, from a Newaza situation. At some stage you have to decide whether it's worth carrying on. Sometimes you abandon it because otherwise you get too exhausted, and that was quite a poor attempt at the Tamanagi. Just manages to break a balance, so gets away with it. 11 seconds on the clock. Quarter-final of the under 52 kilos category. So that's going to go into golden score. Quite a few of the matches going into golden score. They're quite tight. You can see that never going to be easy, was it? Just getting a little bit of a breather, ready to go again. Quite a few of the golden scores finished in the first minute of golden score. Attacking out of danger there, Perez. But you've got to be just a little bit cautious of that, because flop and drop. Yeah, I was just about to say, you know, there is a danger of getting a penalty for flopping onto your face. So second penalty up to Perez. One more penalty on that board for Perez and she'll lose it by default. That Shimiwaza, she's good at this. Van Snick across the face there, so the referee stops it. Other battles going on. Mat number 1. Smith Davis of Great Britain against Rafaela Silva, the Olympic champion. And on mat number 3, the Olympic champion Tina Trusiniak against Martina Tridos. So 1 minute 43 into golden score. Anybody's match. Oh, now then, she landed on her elbow. It wasn't quite there, was it? The contact wasn't quite there. And now there's a situation that I was just talking about, where you abandon the Newaza situation. Wow, everybody's match, this one now. Perez really taking the fight to Van Snick. Van Snick here is not happy with this Newaza situation. Got the outside commi as well here, Perez. Can she get that leg free? I think she's going to get the leg free. Wow. Little look at the clock there, and Van Snick says, anytime you like, just stand us up. But the energy level's very, very low here. Really struggling here, Van Snick. And I think Perez just looking that little bit livelier. No, not enough hands. Quick look up there, but she lost the control with the hands with the technique. She started the technique off there, for sure, Perez. But the hands just let go, so better to give no score in a situation like that. 2 Shidos apiece now. Van Snick, she knows she's got to attack, and it's certainly, for me now, Perez looks like the one coming forward. She's going to pile the pressure on here. And you can see how tired she is. She was told to tie the knot of the belt up, and she's taken it off completely there. Just buying herself some very valuable seconds out there, Charlene Van Snick. This for a semi-final place. So watch out for Perez. Perez comes forwards. Straight onto the arm there, Van Snick. It's not quite on though. I don't think that's quite over the elbow. Van Snick manages to get up, and now Perez really piling the pressure on. If I was Perez's coach, now's the time. One more attack from Perez and it could be all over this. Oh, now then. She gets the Wazari. Van Snick does a Sumigeshi and gets the Wazari. Van Snick manages to just get the vital score, take her through to the semi-final. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Being the champion, but that was a superb technique to do under pressure, and she was really under pressure. So Perez, she'll be fighting the repechage final. Have a look at the Sumigeshi. Sumigeshi with the other leg. Just gets a landing on the side. Certainly not my kind of landing, but anyway, it is all part of the scoring system, so she goes through to the semi-final. So now into the under 63 kilos category. Agbek Nanu against Beldoj of Mongolia. Wow, what a match this is. Just you can see absolutely just the difference between pushing somebody up towards the edge there, guiding them, and when you guide them and they're bad on the edge, then of course possible to get them Shidos. But if you're going to play on the edge and start pushing, And you've got to be prepared to get Shidos for yourself as well. We've seen it with a few of the top fighters and some of the coaches as well falling into the trap, I think, instead of staying in the middle. So explosive with that. Ouchi into the Osoto. Agbegnanu. Has to be said that just looking at a lot of the fighters, they do look tired. This is the last event, don't forget, of the year. Every one of them has been going head to head all the way through the year, just gaining very valuable world ranking points. And of course, the world ranking's so important to go to the Olympic Games, but also if they get in the top 8 for the world rankings, then they're going to be in for a chance for an Olympic medal. A better chance anyway. Well, they both want that arm over the back. And you can see there, Agbegnanu, arm over the back. Beldorj goes to the floor. She'll get a Shido for going onto hands and knees. Referees just a bit reluctant to do that. They don't want fighters winning just by pulling and being superior with the gripping. But on the other side of that, you can't just not attack and fall flat on your face. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, really. Certainly Agbegnanu is the one that's taking the fight to Beldorj. Beldorj here just on the defensive, and I think she's going to get a score any second now. It's going to be another penalty for Beldorj. Certainly she is being dominated. The strength of Agbegnanu. She's the reigning world champion. You can see that, the red back patch. And again there, we've got a situation where was that a technique that just that little bit too low? So we're looking at what is too low and what is transition from the Newaza situation. And I think that we'll be looking at that when we have the referees commission meeting. It's referees and coaches together. And we will all be in Austria in January just to have a look at some of these situations. Almost like a think tank. She's going to lose this by default here, Beldorj. She's nowhere near the fight. She's not anywhere near with the Kumakata, that's for sure. And certainly Agbegnanu just dominating all the way through. She doesn't know what to do with her, really. It's just that little bit of extra power. And, of course, feeling the danger. The danger of being thrown. So Agbegnanu will come back. It's gone into golden score, but she'll just want to pile the pressure on. She can just see the light at the end of the tunnel here. It's that sleeve that's been dominated, and Agbegnanu now trying to get the transition from the Newaza And she did that beautifully, actually. She nearly came up Baldorge. Just decided better of it. That's it, all over. Baldorge gets Hansakamaki, third Shido up. Agbegnanu very comfortable all the way through that. There were no big scores, but 3 penalties up for Baldorge of Mongolia. And so she'll have to fight in the repechage final. Agbegnanu looking very comfortable all the way through. Very dominant with the Kumakata. So who's she going to fight? Next one up is going to be Toshiro Miku of Japan up against Jules Fransen of the Netherlands. And it's no good me saying that such and such is on for. All of these fighters that are here in this top 16, they're all on absolutely blistering form, or they have been all the way through. That's why they're in the top 16, of course. Their world rankings allow them to qualify for this World Masters. Left to left, and that's a beautiful Ashiwaza there, and she gets an ippon for it. Toshiro does a double stab Ashiwaza there. Jules Fransen rolls up to the point of her shoulders there. She makes that look very, very easy. Toshiro goes through, and she definitely did not break a sweat. Wow, how easy did she make that look? Nice to see good Ashiwaza, always nice to see good feet. There it is, sticky foot, and just drives her onto her back. Just catches the foot. As they pick the foot up, Fransen just made the fatal mistake and she gets driven onto her back. Great control. So now, interesting one, because this could be a semi-final, but it isn't. It's a repechage final. Hashimoto, the former world champion, and he's up against Tommy Macias of Sweden. Well, I'll do another couple and then I'll hand it back to Loretta. We're both going to just take it in turns, just on the morning session, and then we're both up for the bronze medal matches and the finals in the evenings. 5 o'clock it will start. I'm just going to look up, just actually in the 73s, who Hashimoto lost to. Interested. Wow. Yeah, was it? Well, Loretta was just saying that Magalidan of Canada was the winner over Hashimoto. Wow. Certainly, that confidence, not overconfidence. Can you be overconfident? Yeah, you can. Certainly that very arrogant confidence, not quite there with Hashimoto in this tournament. You can see it. And he can't, if he doesn't attack properly with this man here, then he's going to be in trouble, because Tommy Macias can pull a technique out of nowhere, and he's really taking the fight to Hashimoto here. Two massive sumigaeshis, one off the Newaza situation and one from a standing situation, and he just manages to resist the score. So Hashimoto in trouble here. fighting hard with the grip as well. Tommy Macias knows that he's got to stop some of the Sodis and some of the Cianagi attempts from Hashimoto, and the best way to do that is by dominating the sleeve grip, not letting the two hands come on at the same time. Of course, Hashimoto was the reigning world champion, got to the final again, but An Chang-rim of Korea did a huge Kosoto to throw him for Ippon and became the world champion. So now he could be in trouble here as well. Tommy Macias has a little Jujigatami attempt here. Well, he was looking for the turn into the hold down as well. So the two judges that work with the referee just saying something about the coaches there, getting that a little bit verbal, and also at the wrong time, because it's you're not allowed to do it when they're fighting. There's the Sumigace again off the Newaza. And a lot of these fighters starting to pull them up out of the Newaza. Remember that if one of them is standing, then they're still judged to be in a throwing position. So it means you can't grab the legs, which he just did there. Hashimoto. He might just get it. I thought that he grabbed the legs to avoid. It's all over. Because Hashimoto is going to go out here because he grabbed the leg on the way up there, because Tommy Macias has been scoring from a standing position, and he's been pulling his opponents up to do the Sumigaeshi, and Hashimoto went right the way around the legs. So again, it's one of those situations that we've really got to get the absolute line on so that everybody's crystal clear. So next up is the semi-final. Semi-final of the under 73 kilos. Arthur Magelladon, the winner over Hashimoto, up against Gambata of Mongolia. And it's the semi-final. The winner of this guaranteed gold or silver. Well, we've only got one microphone, so what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to hand you back to Loretta. Loretta's going to take over. She's got Magelladon of Canada and Gambata of Mongolia in this semi-final, first semi-final.
Oh, thank you, Neil. And yeah, we're coming to this semi-final, and this Canadian, my goodness, what a day he's had, performance. Upset the odds. Hashimoto went out in the second round to him in golden score, and that was an amazing performance there for him. Most probably one of the matches of his year, but he's here still one step closer to getting into that final, but he's up against a very tough opponent indeed. Gambata of Mongolia, who defeated Macias, that we've just seen in the repechage, defeating Hashimoto. So that was a great win for him. So as you can see, Hashimoto's had not a good day at the office today, and I'll have to rethink what he does next year in heading through to 2019. Again, down there controlling, trying to control the sleeves. It's not doing a very good job there as Gambata takes the sleeves with him, comes through with those hips, and almost catches him there with the sodi. Margelidon there now working his way in the Niwaza, looking for the shimiwaza. I'm not quite sure how close under the chin it is, with the referee having a really good look there at this moment. But there's very little movement, and yes, it was on. And what a win for Margelidon from Canada. And like I said earlier on, the Canadians have had a blinder of a year. They've got some great athletes coming through. We've just seen Klimkate in her weight division doing extremely well in the 57s, and just after the back of Osaka where she won that, and she again is another great performer throughout the day. Margelidon there takes the win and a place in the final of the under 73s.
Tatami 1 winner in white judo representing Georgia, Amira Papinashvili.
Oh, some great highlights there. Now we have the repechage of the under 48 kilo category, and this is against Figueroa, Julia in the white, and Malika Nikolic of Serbia in the blue.
The next semi-final, another 60 kilos, the number 1, in white for Russia, the world silver medalist Robert Shugovadze, in blue for Kazakhstan, Rio Olympic silver medalist Yevros Fedorov.
Nikolic, as you can see now, working away in the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity down there. Doesn't seem to have the advantage in that positioning. Not quite sure what she was trying to attempt to do, but both hands of Figueroa was out. So maybe that rotation that she was looking for above at the top of the head was maybe the angle she was looking for, but there was too much of a block. Nikolic, European bronze medalist this year, and just last month she was seventh place in The Hague. Good performance from her. Figueroa trying to get past the defensive arm, as you can see there. Slight block, but controlling nevertheless there of that right arm from Nikolic. She entered in with Uchimata. As you can see, that right arm just elbow tucked up high. Didn't get the leverage that she was hoping for. Figueroa advances into her space, but Nikolic ready to step across for the Taitoshi. Nikolic, there you can see, has got the Wazari, and she's keeping a distance away from Figueroa, not really wanting to make any silly errors, with just under halfway to go now, 1 minute and a half remaining in this contest. Nikolic with the Wazari lead as she works her way down in the Niwaza. Looking very busy there, don't see much on offer in the Niwaza, but tactically the seconds will tick by, so this is to her advantage. Figueroa's got it all to do. She's got 1 minute and a half, still plenty of time as she advances on to Nikolic. Again, the right hand high on the collar of Figueroa as she steps across for the attempt of the Uchimata. Figueroa overstretching herself a little bit with the Kosota. Those little legs are really not driving through enough to make much of an impact on Nicolette, who steps across through the center with the attempt of a Seotoshi. A bit of a false attack, pays with a penalty as she picks up the first one within this contest. 40 seconds remaining. Now Nicolette just needs to stay busy and in control, good strong gripping, but again that Seotoshi attempt that she's putting in at this latter stage is looking pretty suspect. She's got to be careful she doesn't accumulate too many of the Shidos. Figueroa doesn't seem to have much left in the tank there. Energy levels starting to drop as we're coming into the last seconds. Nicolette knows that she's got just seconds remaining in this contest, so for her, she can afford the Shido now. So, as expected, Nicolette maintained a certain amount of control within that contest. She did pick up the two Shidos at the latter stage, but still maintained the lead with the Wazari, and goes through to the next round of that repechage of the under 48s. Now we're coming on to the semi-final of the under 48s. This is the top half of the draw, pool A and B, and this is between Mokbat of Mongolia and Kondo of Japan. So both these athletes have had a good performance throughout the day. This will be a very interesting match. Mokbat come into this event as the number one in the weight category. A silver medal just recently in Osaka, and fifth in the World Championships. Kondo was a third position in Osaka, an Asian Games silver medalist. Back in 2017 was World Bronze medalist, but also World Masters champion back in 2016, so she's very comfortable and knows what it's like to be on the top of the podium of a World Masters event. Well, Mokbat takes the first Shido in the first minute of this contest. Kondo looking very busy out there, trying desperately to dictate the pace of this contest. Hooks in with the Ouchigari, blocked by Mokbat, who braces down on it and then works her way into the Niwaza. Now this is an opportunity for Mokbat to try and come back here, but obviously slow to react, and the referee feels that there was very little on offer in the Niwaza. Mokbat, as you can see, high collar grip, draws the elbow in, nicely controlled. Sutemi Waza attempt as she comes through and follows it into the Niwaza, drawing on that arm, as you can see, desperately trying to get the arm out. Honda defending quite nicely as she turns the hips down and head turned away from her opponent, but that leaves it a little bit vulnerable for the head to be caught and swung back for the Jujikatami, so not always the best defense in the Jujikatami. Monkbat controlling the sleeves. Kondo not looking too comfortable with that, finding it very frustrating, as you can see. She bends the elbow, brings the hand up, makes it very clear to the referee that there is a lot of just controlling rather than using of the grip from Monkbat. She now tries to use her feet, but comes round the back and falls onto the attempt of a makikomi from Kondo. Monkbat straight away on the attack in the Niwaza, but once again the referee feels the positioning wasn't strong enough to further the Niwaza. Kondo once more looking very busy. Sharper reactions out there. A little bit of nervous energy, most probably against a strong opponent. And this all lies in a place in the final of the under 48, so there's a lot to fight for. Monkbat controlling the sleeves once more. Kondo doing the best she possibly can, knowing that those sleeves have been controlled and there's very little for her to do other than stepping across and using her body to throw her opponent without the control of the kumikata. Well, we're now into golden score. One Shido divides these athletes. Monkbat picked up that Shido in the first couple of minutes of the contest. Kondo once more advances onto her opponent. Slightly sharper reactions. Kondo battling away against the strong gripping style of Monkbat, who comes in this time for a Seoinage off the exchange of grip. Now Kondo going down into the Niwaza, looking for the Shimiwaza attempt, but as you can see, Monkbat raises the head. Well, Monkbat there, as you can see, holding on, controlling that right sleeve, the head braced onto the arm as she draws down on it. Kondo just using her feet, but very little else. Cannot get out of the strength and the control of her Mongolian opponent. Both picking up a Shido piece. That's 2 each now. And we're in golden score, 1 minute and 19. So the attempt there, just she came through, but on the mate. Obviously Monkbat didn't hear the mate. Kondo grips up, tries to control the left shoulder of her opponent, draws back down onto that left shoulder, uses her feet, the ashiwazas, that sticky foot touching at the back of the heel. Now Monkbat once more, right high collar grip, rotates off, but leaves her arm wide open there for the arm lock, and Kondo capitalizes on that exchange into the Niwaza and takes the win and a place in the final of the under 48 kilos. Now we come to, there's some highlights there, the Tomonagi from Monkbat, but their use from Kondo. As she spun out, Monkbat left her arm wide open for the execution of the arm lock. Now we come to the repechage of the under 66. Makvelashvili from Georgia in the white, Gumbel of Mongolia in the blue. Well, the first exchange of the kumikata was very tight and control, and that's literally all it was, controlling each other's movements, which became a bit of a stalemate, and a Shido been awarded for lack of engagement. So now pressure on both these athletes, because the last thing is you don't want them to start accumulating any more from now on. Well, you've got 3 minutes remaining. It's a long, long way to go. Makvelashvili responded to what he felt was a very strong, engaged attack at the edge of the contest area by dropping to his knees at the edge there. Makvelashvili now starting to change the pace slightly, engaging on to his Mongolian opponent. Comes in on the inside, but as you can see on the belt there, and he's got to use it. It lifts the hips and through he goes. Well, that was a good exchange from the Mongolian and had Makvelashvili up onto the tips of his toes there. And that's the real danger if the Mongolian can get onto that belt. Both of them like that sort of exchange of gripping styles. Neither one of them have that fear of engagement. Makvelashvili there steps across. That seemed to be an attempt of the Taetoshi, but lost the upper body control. And Gumbel, with the exchange of the arm coming around the back, dropped to his knees where he could possibly pick up the Shido for that infringement. And there he has it, second Shido for Gumbel. Now this changes the dynamics and the way that this match will now be played by the Mongolian. Really has to stay engaged all the time in a very positive manner. He's got the deep grip once more, and you just have that sort of sense that either one of them could go for a big throw. Well, the Mongolian works to the edge of the contest. Two Shidos to one, and we're coming into the last minute of this repechage match. Well, seems to have either a nosebleed of something or a little cut, but there's some blood's coming from somewhere. I don't think neither one of them know where it's coming from. Well, it looks to be Makvelashvili that has the nosebleed, so they will try and pack that and send him back on his way. Until then, Gumbel stays in the contest area where he's got an opportunity to compose himself. He knows his two Shidos down, and it's now tactically working out a way of getting past the strong defences of Magvelashvili. Oh, and there you have the Uchimata. Nice high exchange there. Sadly, just didn't get the finishing touch to it. That rotation lacked the sleeve action. But once more, Gambold exchanges first on the grip, gets the high collar, both hands on the lapel, draws the head down, looking for the raising of the head action so he can step through for the Uchimata. Comes once more through with the Uchimata, but again without upper body control. So we're into the last half a minute of this contest. Gambold, from the last mate exchange, has been dominating this part of the contest. Obviously that time of exchange, time to get his thoughts together, it's been enough to change the way he plays this contest. Golden score now, 2 Shidos to 1. Well, the real threat has been Gambold with Uchimata. We've seen it a few times now. Once more he gets the high collar grip, and this time he's got that sleeve. He draws it, his right hand onto the belt, which we know is very dangerous for the Georgian, but as we know, the Georgians also like to get up close, so we won't feel too much of a danger with that exchange. Well, Sutemi was a attempt there. So half an hour, feels like half an hour, but half a minute, just over half a minute into golden score. 2 Shidos apiece. Well, one Shido to 2, I should say. Once again, the Georgian seeking medical attention. I think it's still once more for the nosebleed, but the packing of the nose doesn't seem to be sufficient enough at this moment, so it looks like there's going to be possibly a heavier strapping being placed on the nose. In the meantime, Gambold has to stay within the contest area. Sometimes this is a good thing, in some cases maybe not, because you're hanging about, you're waiting, you're eager to get started, and you're left with your thoughts. Magvelashvili is just getting heavily strapped, and other than trying to make sure that there's no further visits to medical, another visit would mean a withdrawal from the competition, or the contest I should say. Oh, what a throw! Morote Sianagi with one hand on, and Gamble didn't see that one coming. Once more, another Sutemiwaza attempt there. Off the mate. Gamble throws the left hand high onto the collar. Magvelashvili comes around the back, hand on the belt. He's got to use that belt grip. He can't just hang on to it. Gets the skipping action across very close to the edge of the contest area. But Gamble plays that edge to his advantage. Osotagari from Magvelashvili. The Ashiwazas, well, he's starting to come alive with the footwork. Definitely changed the pace. Some nice combination of techniques starting to come from the Georgian. Kosota, exchange from Gamble, the Uchimata. And a minute and a half in golden score. Gamble throws the arm round the back, tries to engage on that belt. He's got it this time, but once more he lets it go. The Sianagi movement, but Magvelashvili tries Sutemiwaza turnover there, went into the Niwaza, didn't start, wasn't a very convincing touch, was it, into the throw. Oh, an Uchimata, but there it was the front landing. A good attack there from Gambold. He's got the high collars now, working on the sleeve. He's left himself a little bit vulnerable though as he tried to exchange the gripping style. Well, that was an attack. It was slow, but it was precise. And Magvelashvili takes the win, and he'll go into the next, the bronze medal match. So Magvelashvili takes the win, and we'll see him a little bit later on for the bronze medal contest. And well, the decider of who he will meet in that repechage will be in this next match. Zumakanov from Kazakhstan in the white. Maruyama of Japan. Yoshiro in the blue. One lovely Sianagi there from the Kazakhstan. Came in very deep. Anticipated well though by the Japanese. Maruyama Just playing a bit of a waiting game, trying to set up positioning of the grips. Steps across for the Tatami. Strong, powerful Kazakhstan blocks and levers his opponent up off the ground. Malikov there. Working on the double-sided grip. Totally misjudged that, but he's already picked up one Judo for the first exchange there. Oh, what a entry. Sianagi just dropped the head a little bit too quickly, left his opponent lying onto his back. Well, just the exchange of grips keeps us on the edge of our seats, wondering the next move will be. The deep thought, concentration with both these athletes. Oh, a lovely Osotogari. Kazakhstan doing ever so well to avoid the score, and finds himself though on the receiving end of a second Judo. And now we're into golden score, so Sumakanov goes into this golden score with 2 Judos. One more would result in the hand sokomaki. It's not an ideal situation. Maruyama takes full advantage of that. He's got that sleeve grip. He brings the elbow. He's looking for the Sianagi. We've seen it before. The exchange, the reverse. So he draws that elbow under to the opposite side. The head-to-head exchange here. And you're just looking, you have that sense that Maruyama is going to bring the head. Oh, he head straight onto his head. Well, it wasn't a Wazari, there was no doubt about it, but his head directed straight into the tatami. But what a lift. We were anticipating the hip throw. We got it. Tomonagi. Another good attack from Maruyama. Taitoshi drives his opponent over again. Sumakanov anticipated that well and was able to react to avoid being scored upon. But once more, some very strong attacks coming from Japan. And this is where the Kazakhstan's really got to now put 1 or 2 in, otherwise he's going to get his third and final Shido for lack of engagement. He comes in with the Uchimata, a little bit of a token gesture of an attack. Not strong enough to cause any worries against his opponent. Maruyama, very strong grip as he draws the gi over the head of his opponent. And attempting a Sutemi Waza. So 2 minutes into golden score. Sumakanov really has to put a couple of strong attacks in now. It really has been all Maruyama's way right from the start. Controls that sleeve grip quite nicely, gets the lapel, opens his opponent up, and as you can sense, that hip's going to come through again. We've seen it so many times. Just hasn't had the finishing touch to it. So Makanov really starting to tire, and a lovely Kouchigak, beautifully executed from a very into a very tired Sumakarov. It looked like he'd caught his ankle there at the latter stage of that entry. As much as a sore ankle, possibly a bit of sore pride. Well, that's not very good, especially when there's an opportunity to go through into the repechage to fight for a bronze medal. Let's have a wee look at that and see what had happened. Well, yeah, he just left his foot line. A lot of weight went onto that ankle, that back leg. Well, Maruyama takes the win and a place in the final of the under 66. So now we come to the repechage of the under 52 kilograms. And this is between Gilly Cohen of Israel in the white and Anna Perez-Bok of Spain in blue. Now both these feisty little athletes, very aggressive approach to their contests throughout the day. Good strong kumikata. Trying to capitalize on the stronger grip with the traditional lapel and sleeve there, as you can see, but Cohen comes over the back there very deep, the Kouchigari, and follows it through into the Niwaza. Now looks to punish her down there in the Niwaza. The Sangaku tie up. She's not off the hook yet, even though she's close to exchanging out of the contest area, but there you have it, a lovely little turnover there. And Cohen there with the Osakomi as the clock ticks away quite nicely there for a strong little powerhouse that she is. She's not, but Perez-Bok does so well to try and escape, but sadly not today. And Gilly Cohen goes through to fight for the bronze medal later on. So coming up soon now is the semi-final of the under-52s. That's from Pool A and B. And this will be against Bouchard of France in the white and Van Schnick of Belgium in blue. Now both these athletes have had a great performance throughout the day, very solid. Van Schnick, as you can see, just running onto the mat, looking very keen indeed. Bouchard just taking it in her stride. Nothing's going to faze this young lady with a lot of experience under her belt. Some good results both these athletes have had throughout the year. Some wonderful performances. Van Schnick comes round the back, deep on the back there. A little bit of exchange, a loss of balance, neither one of them. But then Van Schnick takes with the more of a Tewaza really, wasn't it, with the Kosota. Didn't see the foot connect as well, but Bouchard there. So it was a little bit of a 50-50 for me on that one. It was a little bit out of control for both sides, but there you have the exchange in the Niwaza. I'm not sure if the Shimiwaza is on, but wrong change of direction there for Van Schnick and just lost the control. But for the first time, Bouchard looked in real trouble there. Well, for me, Van Schnick's looking very strong and determined. Maybe has a little bit more in this contest against Bouchard. Bouchard backing off a little bit. She cross grips, brings the arm over the head, draws the head down, looks for the reaction. The reaction being the head coming up. But it's drawing the head down, and Van Schnick this time takes the Shido. Well, 2 minutes and 48, and Bouchard leads with that Wazari. Early exchange, which for me was a little bit untidy of both ways. But it changes the dynamics of the way this match is played for Van Schnick. She's really chasing it now. She throws the arm over the top, draws the head down, both in a right angle position. Bouchard digging in deep. Sutemi was her attempt with the Tomanagi there from Van Schnick. Really no other option from there, but nevertheless did extremely well. But picks up a Shido, and I just felt that she was in deep enough not to get that Shido, but obviously the referee felt that it was more of a false attack than. Bouchard leading with the Wazari. That's all that's been in it right to the beginning. Van Schnick, for me, has been very determined right from the beginning. An attempt of a Tai Toshi, but a counter attempt from Van Schnick, but really misjudged that, and Bouchard capitalized by changing the direction. She had more Tewaza control at the end. She came in for the attack, and then she changed direction, which gave her the Wazari for a Wazari Aseti upon. Well, the care system are having a look to see if there was as much control as we could see from there. But looking at the care system, no, there wasn't. There's an opportunity for Bouchard to try and steal that, but although she looked very positive when the result was given, it really wasn't her attack. Van Schnick, the head caught up once more, looking very uncomfortable. She steps across for what will look to be the attempt of a Seo Toshi. Really puts herself in that predicament, and it doesn't have much to offer on the exchange. 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Bouchard has been able to maintain that comfortable lead, controlling with good kumikata skills. Van Schnick this time comes over deep on the belt, draws the head down of Bouchard, who stretches her out deep and rather forfeit the Shido than go for possibly a score against her. So we're into the last minute now. Van Schnick taking the sleeve grips in a right angle positioning. Comes deep on the belt. Bouchard anticipates the move and comes through with the hips for a very low Taitoshi. Just enough to avoid any exchange of a throw from her opponent. Once more, Vanchnik, that right hand high onto the collar, draws Bouchard's head down. Good strong kumikata, but needs to really put something in now. It's just a defensive move. And with two Shidos on the board, really needs to start pushing forward now. She's got nothing to lose. She's on the belt, but again, she's holding on to that belt without exchanging with an attack. And she will pick up a Shido if she continues with that style of gripping. So the third, again, holding on to the belt far too long. The referee gave her the benefit of the doubt, but in the Mate situation felt that that had to be awarded, and Bouchard takes the win and a place in the final of the under 52s. But Vanchnik we'll see a little bit later on as she goes into the bronze medal match. So now we're coming up to the under 63 kilo category. Well, Frenson, first exchange there. Gets a blow to the face. Not a comfortable situation for her.
Almost over here now. It's just a couple of matches left this morning's session, and then it's all medal matches a little bit later on. 5 o'clock it will start, and you'll have Loretta and myself doing the bronze medal matches and then the finals afterwards. Great morning of first day here in Guangzhou, and it really has been amazing. Every time I've looked over at each of the mats, we've had a big time match happening, and it's been really great stuff. Well, she had to leave here, Franson, because a little bit of blood. They have to leave the mat area, of course, to get it done. Let's hope that they stemmed the blood. And Franson just walking out now. Baldorj of Mongolia. Just waiting out there. It's always the worst place to be, isn't it? Just this one semi-final after this. Agbegnanu against Toshiro Miku of Japan. So Franson tries the Soto Makikomi. Baldorj, Mongolia, right on top. Great representation again from the Mongolians when you think that just 3 million people in Mongolia. 9 million people in London. It just doesn't bear thinking of, really, that they've got such depth in their squad and they have representation in this World Masters. Remember, you've got to be in the top 16 in every weight category, and they've got somebody in almost every weight category. Left against left here, finding it very difficult, Baldorj, just against the very extreme stance of Jules Franson. One of the biggest problems, of course, is that front leg. You attack that front leg and you can come unstuck. And that goes for both of them because they've both got that front leg predominantly forward. And they say that you normally get caught with your own technique. They're both looking to do Osoto Harai Makikomi, and they're both going for it, both going for the same attack. One penalty apiece up there on the board. There's the Osoto. Again, Franson taking the initiative there, and got to be careful that she doesn't get it turned on her. And now Franson looking for the Sangaku. A nice roll there. Can she keep control of the arm? Just manages to turn it onto her face there, Baldorj. So one score on the board there. Franson with a Wazari and just manages to hold off right the way to the end. Got Loretta just working very, very hard here, just working out the bronze medal matches and the finals. And that's what we'll bring you at 5 o'clock our time here. Anybody in Europe there, you're 7 hours behind. Certainly in the UK, 7 hours, 6 hours if you're in Europe. There's the Osoto, and it was the Kosoto there, and she gets a score for it, Franson. I thought it was too much on the front, but it was a nice combination. Osoto, Kosoto, and score goes on the board. So one last match just about to happen. Agbegnanu against Toshiro of Japan. Agbegnanu in white. This to go through to the final. Straight away there, started at pace here. Agbegnanu will have to cope with that extreme pace there. Toshiro coming out here, and she's coming out to fight. Well, that went against the arm. does that sometimes. Agbignanu just that little bit reckless with the turn. She just turns straight in. If the arm's straight, and of course the wacky Tatami not allowed. Anything that goes against the arm with a throw. So again, looking for the Makikomi. Good match this. Well, I'm not sure if we've got both sets of earphones, microphones working. If we can do, then we'll just we'll work them together so that we can just go out and we can just quick discussion on what is about to come. First 7 categories, of course, fought today, and second set tomorrow. Well, anybody's match this. Just over halfway. Again, 2 lefties, and she made a mistake there. She wrapped herself around that leg, and Toshiro goes over. Agbignanu was waiting for that. You've really got to be careful when you attack with any kind of Osoto Haragoshi, and if it's not strong and well balanced, then Agbignanu will take advantage of it. And Soda Makikomi or Harai Makikomi takes Toshiro over. Good score. Well, that shimiwaza was on, and Agbignanu making easy work there. Toshiro just made the first mistake there with the Osotogari, tack that front leg. Always the problem, left to left, and Agbignanu showing her real class. And so now, Loretta has been really, really busy, haven't you?
Very busy indeed.
Well, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if my mic's
Well, we're not sure if Loretta's on, and we're just going a quick turnaround. Loretta just going to go through. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand my earphones over, and Loretta's just going to go through just very quickly.
Well, I think we've got it. I'm with you.
We've got it.
Right. Well, yeah, it's been some very exciting judo, hasn't there, and some great results and some real big upsets of the day, hasn't there? We've seen some real top-class athletes, number 1 seeds going out like Hashimoto in their second round, so that was interesting. But we've got 60 kilos. Let's go through the weight category. And we've got Papinashvili and Mishibadze in the final of the under-60s, and Yashiev from Russia for a bronze medal, and Smetov also who'll be competing against him. So who would you...
Former world champions. Well, for me, Papinashvili, I mean, that's a great final, isn't it? I mean,
you know,
Mishibadze, yes, yeah, they were 2 great throwers, and they've had a few head-to-heads. Sometimes it's Papinashvili, sometimes Mishibadze. I know that sounds like we're, getting on that fence, but I think it's going to be a great match, and either one of those be a great champion.
Yeah,
60 kilos.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it? But whoever gets there, like you say, is going to be a great champion on the day. And we have 66 kilos.
Well, interesting one there, isn't it?
Yes.
And obviously you've got Shamilov of Israel. He's had some great form all the way through all of the tournaments.
And Maruyama of Japan, he's been good. He's been on form today.
I think he has. But Shamilov can spoil as well. But I think you're right. I think that left Uchimata will prevail.
Yeah, I think the judo, the skills that he's shown today, and I think when it comes down to judo or a fight, I'd go for the judo. But it will be both. It'll be definitely a one to remember. And there we have, in the under 73 kilos, Magdalion, which I thought he was brilliant today.
Well, he was brilliant as well in Japan. He was absolutely amazing. And so I think he's really come forward as a main contender. Orozhov, of course, is back up there, isn't he? Really experienced.
Again,
so that should be interesting.
I put him as a sort of a favourite at the beginning. I thought you can't write him off. He wasn't one of the top seeds. But at the end of the day, when you looked at Magdalion, he's defeated throughout the day, Hashimoto and Gambatari, he's also defeated. He's had some running. It was a tough draw for him, and he's come up on top in that final. So, but one very experienced and one that's just had a blinder of a day.
So maybe Orozhov going in just as the favourite there, and then the two ladies categories.
Well,
we've
got four ladies categories, yes, because it goes up to 63s, and we've got Kondo of Japan and Krasniki. Now Krasniki obviously wasn't one of the top four seeds, but was one of my favourites coming in because she's had a blinder of a year, hasn't she? And the under 21 European champion. But Kondo, for me, nice judo, as you would expect from the Japanese.
For me, I'm going to go for Krasniki because I think Krasniki it's just got a little bit too much for her at the moment.
Definitely.
Kondo not on the same form as when she was world champion, not yet anyway.
No, I would definitely go with that one as well. And under 52s, well, it's against Bouchard and Sanada, so they're for Japan.
Sanada for me. I'm going to go for Sanada. I think Bouchard, though, she's a workhorse and she works, all the time. She's there, isn't she?
I call her like a wee scrapper. She just gets in and she digs in deep.
Another one of them.
So, it's the stylish to the fighter, isn't it, really, once more. So
opposing styles, but I'm going to go for the Japanese in that one.
Right.
57 kilograms.
We've got Yoshida in the final of the under 57s, and Jakova. For me, Jakova throughout the year has got stronger and stronger, and her confidence is building.
You can't write her off, can you?
And she's had a great performance here in this competition, and she defeated, for me, which was a really big win, was Klimkate, who won the gold medal in Osaka, and really that was the major match for her, and she defeated her well.
Well, again, two opposing styles, so that would be an interesting one as well.
I'm going to go for
Jakova for me.
Yeah,
okay, so we're both going for that one as well.
And then in the 63s, well, we've seen this really experienced Abegnon of France, and she's up against Nabekura of Japan. Again, Japanese, French, but Abegnon, she's so strong, isn't she?
So I think we're agreed on pretty well all of them, aren't we?
I
think so, definitely. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic final block on this first day here in Guangzhou, and we're looking forward to it. We're going to be doing bronze medals, and it's all medal matches actually, bronze medal matches and gold and silver medal that will be awarded tonight on this first day. It's been great so far. We're looking forward to more great judo action from Loretta and myself.
Goodbye for now.
Goodbye for now.